Good morning. If you haven't already, follow me here on Rumble and be here when I'm going live. Normally 2 p.m. Amsterdam time every day. Please also do support me through the gift card, PayPal, Patreon, Gifts and Go. Links are all in the description box below, or send me super chat over at the Rumble live chat when the show is live, or subscribe to my channel. Support me that way. Any support would be greatly appreciated. I can really use it. But yeah, it'd be extremely helpful if somebody just got me like $5 or $10 PayPal. That would be great. I really hope I get it. Otherwise I'm gonna run short on eggs. Right, anyhow. Whether today $5 or $10 pay great. I really hope I get it. Great. I really hope I get it. Otherwise I'm gonna run short on eggs. Right, anyhow. Whether today is say Orphan City and in a mountain where just like a giant earthquake had just happened and it shifted the whole place. It was chaos, and then the Drow army, dark elves, underground elves, they basically used that opportunity to try to conquer the place, and that's exactly where we kind of left off. And that's almost, yeah, it almost church. Don't want to be blasphemous, but I mean, it is like coming together with a group and doing something very specific where you're all focusing on the same thing. It is very alike to the church experience in that sense. I sometimes try to do that, basically like goof around, and I would go along with it, but I'm always like trying to be serious and have fun about wholesome things. Just my natural habit. Also in Dungeons and Dragons. So yeah, I mean, to me it was kind of like experience. So that didn't help. I mean, it's very different in here. I get pointed at it in my vision. I was just kind of like, what? I don't know what this even is. Like, then it just kind of like doesn't exist at all to me as a kid. So to me, sometimes it feels like the Mormons were like created it out of nothing and retro. I'm not complaining or anything, but that's kind of like what Mormons feel like to me. Like they're, if you're an American, probably not. But yeah, maybe in the. Right, so yeah, let's take a look around what people are calling these migrants in, right? That they're using for replacement migration. We're basically now. It doesn't matter what happens, how you do it, they're gonna win. I mean, I have been saying that, right, guys? Russia's gonna win. But this documentary just explains exactly why they're winning. And it's in Dutch, though. But I put it in here. I see. Who is this? No, it doesn't have it. So it's all Dutch spoken. It's basically. Welcome to Flat Earth Early Bird number 2012. I'm your host, Arwin. And before I start the show, please don't forget to share it on any platform you deem fit. And if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel and hit the bell notification so you know when I'm going live, which is normally 2 p.m. Amsterdam time every day. And please also do support me through the PayPal and the Patreon. That would be much appreciated, and you can always use the support. Also, Gifts and Go. Yeah, please keep the support coming. That would be great. Right. So, it is the weather is kind of changed around again. It was a really hot day overall yesterday until later in the evening, and then like big clouds started to form and started to get raining and all that, and it's been kind of raining big chunk of the night, although it seems like that rain did evaporate very quickly out there since there's no puddles anywhere. But yeah, it feels like it's just super high humidity right now out there, with a little bit of wind but nothing substantial, and big clouds hanging out there. And it's still very warm, but I mean, it's just more humid than it is warm, really. That's how it feels anyway, like everything is just sticky like this. Right, so it's Sunday, the 21st of July 2024. Temperatures 23 degrees Celsius and 77% humidity. Yeah. Right, it looks like the rest of the week is gonna be kind of warm, but back and forth, like a bit of sun and a bit of rain. That's kind of what it's looking like. And I mean, yeah, it's good for plant growth, I think. And it is nice and warm, so got 17 watching. Hope you're all doing okay out there, where you're at. I had a pretty good night's sleep, because it's kind of nice when it like cools off, even because of rain in the night, because it's just better sleeping. I mean, the day before, sleeping was tough, man, because more mosquitoes, and when it's just that warm, it's very tough to basically get under the blanket to avoid getting bitten by mosquitoes. And when it cools off a bit, you don't have that issue. So right, so yeah, yesterday's show went great. Was very enjoyable overall, I thought. I think that Friday the trolls just kind of like started overrunning the chat, which I managed to kind of avoid getting into it, so even the viewers afterward probably didn't really notice that much of it. Yesterday it was just really relaxed and plenty of chat participation, but comparatively little trolls trying to get in my face. So yeah, yesterday a very pleasant show for me. We'll see what happens today. I was watching my lunch break video before this show, and I have to say I'm a little disappointed there. So this direction that channel's taking, dragging this into it, yeah. I mean, these are stories that are out there. They've been out there for a very long time. That's like absolutely nothing really revolutionary. And conclusions drawn were very far stretched. And yeah, I mean, good luck with that. Like, I try to just keep the subject to what it was, and because that is really interesting. It's right there. It's pretty unmistakable. But yeah, seeing patterns from high altitude photos of like the terrain, and then seeing things in there, I mean, yeah, this is getting off into just vague speculation territory. And even though I can't really exclude that, for example, dragons would have been there as very large creatures, but like, we're talking Age of Wonders, we're talking like, yeah, so far ago that it's, yeah, it just becomes pure mythology. That, like, you can't really get anything else out of it, right? Shapes, correlation, not causation. I mean, if you're gonna, like, let's just say you're gonna say, okay, these specific mountain ranges are certain body parts of an ancient mega creature, which you might think is a dragon or something else. Well, let's do an autopsy then, right? Oh wow, somebody's having a bad Sunday out there. So sorry for you. Then the projections begin. Man, I'm looking so repulsive today. It's just, oof. I'm sorry, I don't see the problem here. But as I was talking about, yeah, if you want to go with, giant mega creatures being part of the land, partially petrified, well, there is very strange signs of petrified wood, which would have been gigantic, and there are even like titans, smaller giants, more humanoids, where it seems like the rock even like naturally takes the shape of like structures within the human body, right? So there is some kind of sign of that, but that doesn't mean that you could just, yeah, there's a high risk of basically like just looking at the clouds and then thinking that the shape of it just means something, right? That risk is just there. And there's been other like really weird sightings, like leaf patterns. But I mean, if those would be actual leaf patterns, despite the distinct match in looks of the pattern, like despite that, I mean, that would be such a huge tree branch that like every claim ends up basically just making it a giant mess of everything, because it can't be one thing but also be part of another thing at the same time, right? So yeah, the process that you end up with when you do that with maps and just try to think that there's something there, you end up kind of like how the star charts were anthropomorphized. You get like patterns you see in the stars, and that's how you recognize them. Of course, that's mainly what it's for. But yeah, you can see things in them, and that's kind of what happens when you do that with the land. So yeah, I had to just give that piece of criticism about that field of research, I guess, conspiracy research in general. It's all just nonsense until you get to the excavations. You get to mine the parts, and then if you find like really distinct signs of physiology in some way, then yeah, okay, you might then start to actually make some kind of a point. If you're just going to be looking at shapes on maps and photographs top down of the earth, I mean, yeah, good luck. But yeah, I thought it was a bit disappointing. We'll see what happens. Sure, there's more other stuff as well. Also, I took a look at Q and Fee's video, where he was basically criticizing Awake Souls, who's very interesting, by the way, with his holographic celestial system, basically. Like, that's pretty cool that he managed to like 3D model it and all that. And it's like, yeah, I in ways, that's how I think about it too. Like, we've drawn parallel conclusions throughout our personal journeys. But I mean, then he just starts to like go with the terrain, and it is a giant mess. And what he's doing is like trying to make a flat globe, trying to make an accurate flat globe map, but it makes no sense because he's just using the projection and the scale is all off. And it's like, oh, how do you take this process of trying to represent a spherical based projection with the assumptions thereof onto a flat plane, which we would know as a map, where the land is for whatever, or none of the land is warped, and then just create a projection to do that. But I mean, it's pointless. It's all just rearranging a map projection. So there's still scale inconsistencies. It's still not exactly as is. It still doesn't represent reality. It's a projection. It's interesting because I don't really follow Awake Souls at all. Like, I have not found his streams to be particularly pleasant to sit through. It's probably mutual. At least he does have like CGI and all that. I'll give him that. But I mean, still, conclusions drawn, he jumps, just makes connections and just tries to tie them down and cement them, and it doesn't work. And that's been going on since the start. And when I would confront him with it, he would get very irritated and start basically ad-homing and all that. So he's not a very dynamic person when it comes to his theories. But yeah, Q and Fee's criticism there, it was justified. Because I mean, it is basically nonsense to do to make that claim that that map is the real representation of the realm when it's obviously a map projection. We're still not representing it as is. Still, the actual the scaled down distances between continents are not universally correct. So there is something that's just wrong about it. And I think that, I think looping is the answer, but yeah, that's just me. Right. So that's kind of things that were on my mind in the last 24 hours. Wow. The trolls are out today. That's the second one. Still waiting for a legitimate person to show up. I don't know what it is. Maybe everybody's just busy today. Oh, hey, Borders Boy. Finally, first in chat. Good to see you. How are you doing today? I'm just looking through my blocked list and I'm just seeing like, oh, yep. Lots of people that absolutely need to stay banned. Yeah, nobody bumped into that should not be banned, so everything should be alright. Guess people just have a bit of a slow Sunday. That's fine. Right, so I'm gonna take a bite out of this Illuminati croissant. It's looking really good this time. Cheers. Hey, Professor Phil Bell. Ah. Looks like in an interview, Trump says that he did not get warned by the Secret Service in any way of what was happening. So yeah, that right. So that's that. No warnings about it. So they are going after the Secret Service. Right, so that's probably who's gonna be taking the blame for it. eventually somewhere in there, or it'll go back to like the governor or whatever of that region that's in control of the services. We'll see. Right, so yeah, what's up with you guys? I mean, I'm sort of kind of digging around, see if there's anything that might be noteworthy, but it seems kind of quiet. And not just in my chat. Factional war? What factional war? What exactly do you mean, Professor Phil Bell? Right, because if you mean like Nathan Oakley and QE going after Ethereum, which like the whole Ethereum stuff is not really part of Flat Earth, it's kind of a feast of nonsense subject. As for like other people out there that might be invested in a certain model or something, as for other flat earthers that are invested in very specific models, going after others and their claims, yeah, I don't know. Maybe because it's just another excuse to like digging it all up and comparing it, and maybe it's just, yeah. Some people say like it's just a division of egos. It starts to happen when somebody champions certain information. They seek others to resonate with them, and then when you don't exactly do that, you just start working at that all the time. So there's like intellectual competitiveness happening in Flat Earth a lot. Which is far less with the globe, because it's completely differently structured and you already get the parameters that you need to champion. So it's more like how well can you mesmerize somebody into convincing them that you are a master of the ball lore. Right? So yeah, it's always gonna be happening. I mean, yeah, I could technically go after everybody, but I'm just, I don't like doing it. I don't like seeking conflict. It's like directly against my raising in a way. It's like I was raised not to do that. So I will like just gently point out things, relatively gently. I'm not gonna shame people for that. And if there's some reason that they keep holding on to an argument that is false in my opinion, I will just like casually mention it's like, oh yeah, it's just a mistake that I can't let go of. I mean, I have plenty of issues in my life where I'm figuring out like, yeah, that was probably a mistake, but I still doesn't mean that I'm then in a position to change my ways even with it. Right? So I'm assuming that that's the same situation for other people. Like when you're invested in a certain type of intellectual pattern of things, they probably don't have the dynamics to be more flexible with it and see it as like, oh, this is my little thing, and then there's his little thing, and there's his little thing, and like, oh, we all have these things, these ideas, and they basically do match. It's just all of the ideas tend to have like a basic core foundation that fits very easily with everything else that's out there. It's just like rudimentary observation or a measurement or something. And from there on, the amount of speculatory assumptions start to pile on. You start to build a structure with it from that foundation on. But oh God, get out of here. The further it's built up, the more risk of just assumptions that are going to turn out to be wrong and then ignored because it doesn't match everything else. It's like the Tower of Babel effect, but in information. You just have this foundation. It's like everything is going to be great. It's the start. But then when you start building, you become more desperate to finish it. But it's much harder to keep building. So people will then end up jumping ahead, or how do you say that? Cutting corners, like intellectually cutting corners, and say like, we're just gonna presuppose this. We can't really prove it, but we're gonna just do that, and then use that as another midway foundational structure. And then the more you end up doing that, you lose track, and it turns from a solid founded building of an idea into an air castle that's just floating and just resting on delusion that's not proven. That's what happens with a lot of flat earthers and their model ideas. They just graft in presupposed things because they have no other choice. They have to keep going with it. I don't really feel like I have that issue because my entire approach of the entire thing is so different. I'm just looking at potential possibilities. And so everybody's considerations, everybody's map ideas, I see as all of it is part of the development. It's just a matter of like, how did they go wrong by making false assumptions about what they put together? Because that happens. Like Awake Souls made false assumptions about that map, thinking that he's actually representing the terrain, when like blatantly the scales are not consistent. So it's ridiculous to think that you're having an accurate representation of the terrain. Right? So that's where he mentally goes wrong with it. And the same thing goes for, I'm going to blame it on David Wise, but it's of course not just his thing. But he's been doing the same thing over and over again, assuming that the sun is a thing that is literally in a location hovering over a disk. And that when it moves further down the disk and it goes into the horizon, and because of perspective you can't see it anymore. So he's presupposing that that perspective applies, when there's definite signs that that's not the case, because then the angular speed would decrease as the sun or any other celestial body would approach the horizon, and it doesn't happen. So that breaks that presupposition that he grafted in, yet he refuses to let it go. He keeps building more on top of that thing that he presupposed in that part of the building of his idea, in that part of the tower of his idea. And so I could point out other flat earthers that do that too. Those that attempt to put together a model. Right? And yeah, one of the group of flat earthers that don't do that are QE and the FED crowd, because they are taking the skeptical position of not making a claim, which is fine. It's tactically sound, but it's also kind of boring eventually, and it just becomes kind of negative. So I don't really care for that position. I mean, they even told me you shouldn't make claims, and I'm like, I'm sorry, don't tell me what to do. Right? I can speculate. I'm good at it. I preface my speculations very carefully. And I make good points, and I have good insights. And what I do is effective and durable. Right? I'm just looking at all of it different. Instead of falling for the process of trying to build my own little Tower of Babel of information of a model, I'm looking at all people doing this process and how it goes wrong. So I'm just learning about virtual tower building of an idea. I'm learning about the process and the pitfalls of trying to construct a model. And basically figuring out why, through the different steps, why it's never really completed, why that is. And I have this insight about it. I just know why people choose certain things. I know what that means. Oh, so you believe this? Oh, you make these arguments? Well, then I know exactly what's going on in your head. I know how that happened. I know where you might have little blind spots for your mind, for your perception, for your consciousness. I know how this works. I know why people choose certain things, what that means about them. Anyway, hello Bob Lemke, Voy, Kalari earlier. A basic hypothesis. Yeah, you're completely abusing the technical language there. Yeah. Not making a claim is, even having a basic hypothesis is intellectually. What? It's nothing to do with models. Yeah? Hypotheses have nothing to do with models. Absolutely nothing. Man, I'm really figuring out, by the way, what is making this me getting these sneeze attacks. It's the vibration of my own voice. I can literally feel it vibrating at that part that can typically activate sneezing. So it's literally my own voice that's making it happen. And that's why it only happens when I do the show and not before or after. But eventually I get used to it. A scientific model, that's a contradiction in terms. There is no scientific models. There's a scientific experiment, hypothesis, and a model is not a cause of an effect relationship based system. It never is. It's going to be geometric, topographical. It's going to be a distribution of what is information. Yeah? That's not scientific. Science is the establishment of a cause of an effect through systematic experimentation. It doesn't answer what is questions. It never does. This is a big hoax. It's a hoax that got grafted into the narrative that people respected and were interested in. Science established the cause of an effect. It doesn't reveal to you what is information. Whenever there is what is information, it's either measured or it's just presupposed. It's just assumed. It's not part of the science. It's just information. That's it. Information is not science. Scientific method is science. Establishing the cause of an effect through experimentation is science. Knowing a shape, or knowing the topography, or knowing energy distributions in a map or in a system, a model, 3D thing, that's not science. Yeah, so I'm not gonna have this discussion with you again, Professor Philbo. Get it right or just shut the hell up about it. This is very tedious. Just stop using the word science. It's wrong. My nasal sounding voice? My voice is not nasal sounding. What are you talking about? Okay, you've been practicing science for 50 years. Oh, really? Name the valid hypotheses that you have partaken in. And yes, that to the audience, that's a trick question. I know Professor Phil Bell is completely incapable of stepping outside of his delusional view of what science means and the whole grafted in culture nonsense, which that is about. It's a cultural word that he's using. It's not the accurate words based on the original meaning. Yeah. Yep, indeed. I mean, I've had many interactions with Professor Philba, and he's a nice guy, but he is completely delusional when it comes to using the word science. He doesn't know how to stop doing that. So, surprise, surprise, he's not gonna give us the valid hypotheses summarized in a couple of comments of the science that he's partaken in, practiced in the last 50 years, because he wouldn't be able to. He's been partaking in 50 years of pretender clown, thinking you're a scientist stuff. Basically, 50 years of going around and calling yourself a scientist while not actually doing valid hypotheses-based experiments. Yeah, so for the record, there is no qualification, nor is there a discussion on what science is. Science is the establishing the cause and effect using a valid hypothesis and execution of that hypothesis through experimentation. Yeah, very specific. That's what it is. There is no discussion about it. That's what it is. Whatever cultural interpretation of science you've grafted into your conception about it, that's all just cultural thinking and feeling and wanting the honors of the title. It has nothing to do with science. Tell us about my valid hypothesis-based experiments. Well, I did some basics. I mean, I established that heat causes liquids, specific water, to boil. It's not that complicated to do some science. It just gets a lot more complicated when people start using engineering principles and then claiming science, when it's obviously not a naturally occurring phenomenon, and then you get lost. That's what happens. That's what happens when you don't stick rigidly to the scientific method. People can make shit up and then nobody can keep track of it. I have devised some arguably scientific experiments that would be kind of new. By the way, Portal Trucker. Right, like the trying to figure out the nature of moonlight. I've devised a hypothesis for that, potentially. But I'd have to do tests first. It would be kind of annoying if those tests just do not function at all. And then there's really no point in trying to put together a hypothesis for that. But yeah, pertaining the nature of moonlight, like what's actually happening, does the light cool things down, which is very hard to explain using conventional knowledge, or does moonlight somehow increase entropy and cause things to lose their heat faster? That's basically the question at hand in the setup. And then, yeah, you can test it based on these parameters. And yeah, I haven't actually physically tested it, but I've talked a lot about it. People could try it out. Water does not need heat to... Yeah, you don't understand what science is, Professor Phil Bell. Yeah? This is absolutely ridiculous that you're saying that. Water does not need heat to boil. Has nothing to do with anything. It's not about whether heat is the only exclusive thing that causes water to boil. No, it's does heat cause water to boil? Yeah? It doesn't need heat to boil. That's very cute. But does heat boil water though? Yeah, it's not about everything else in the world. It's like, hey, you didn't include everything else in the world in your experiment. Like, yeah, the whole point is to not involve everything else and make one single effect and test whether it's caused by something, what that is, and then you isolate it. That's the whole point. This is I feel like I'm gonna end up wasting my time with this. I don't want to have this discussion. You're just wasting my time, Professor Phil Bell. This is tedious. Yeah, I think that you're attempting to like talk to me like you're some kind of teacher. I can tell you to go fuck yourself. Yeah, I don't need your teaching. Yeah, you're a false teacher. You teach things that are wrong. I don't recognize you as a teacher, and I don't need your help or insights based on your false teachings. Thanks. I can absolutely do this without your assistance. Thank you very much. I mean, this is rumpus level idiocy. That's not. Professor Philbell's now just saying, no, heat does not necessarily cause water. Oh my god. I think Professor Phil Bell is just nostalgic for 2016 and 17. The old days where anti-flat earthers like Rumpus could just say the most ridiculous shit ever to be recorded by mankind, and then think that they're winning. I mean, that used to happen a lot over at Flat Earth Debate when anti-flat earthers were still permitted to speak. Then they would crank out these kinds of remarks and make an absolute ass of themselves and become the subject, the item of the week. So Professor Phil Bell now claims that heat does not cause water to boil. Congratulations, you can put on the Don's hat and go stand in the corner now. Okay? I don't know what else to tell you. This is absolutely idiotic. I mean, that's such mind-blowing stupidity. Like, I'm gonna need a smoke now. I mean, this is... like, you just blew my mind with how mind-numbingly idiotic you are after all this time. Up to your old tricks. Same level of idiocy, unrepented, unchanged. Just pinnacle of idiocy. Pinnacle idiocy. Professor Phil Bell, you literally just said, no, heat does not necessarily cause water to boil. Congratulations. I mean, no, the sky is not necessarily colored blue. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. Oh, you think that if you just have a little tiny bit of heat that's not actually transferring to the water because it's too small, you think that that proves that water doesn't boil? Are you fucking mental? If you have a candle and you hold it next, well, guess what? You're not transferring heat then. Yeah? Because you can't measure the heat to be transferred in the water. The water is not continually heating up from one candle. So you fail to actually provably introduce heat. Just because you have, I mean, yeah, I could just like, oh, here's the water. Look, here's heat. Yeah, guess what? Yeah, that heat, yeah, it's not close enough. It's not strong enough. It's not heating up the water. Yeah? The heat is not heating. When the heat is not heating up the water, you're not heating up the water, you dumb fuck! I just go away. Anybody have a spare room in a mental institute? Professor Phil Bell's on the loose again. You need to be committed, dude. You are clinically retarded and insane. What? Water heated to the Microwave. Yeah, that's weird. Ken Langlois. I don't know exactly how that works. I'm pretty sure though that with just a tiny bit of entropy that water is gonna boil. But I agree that is kind of weird that something in microwave heating it is preventing it from directly boiling. So it's something is preventing the transition. Arguably electric. It is kind of weird, but I mean, yeah, microwaves are not exactly conventional way of, it's not a natural way of heating, let's just say it like that. It's pretty exclusively man-made device based. But Ken Langlois here is making like 100 times more sense than Professor Phil Bell, just for the record. Like, he's actually making some level of sense instead of being a rudimentary idiot. Transferring heat with a candle. Yeah, well, if you're not... Look. This is ridiculous. If there's no heat transferring to the water, if the water is not heating up, then how are you proving or disproving that heat causes water to boil? The heat has to be getting in the water. If it doesn't heat up the water, you're not heating up the water. If you're not heating up the water, you're not proving whether heating up the water causes the water to boil or not, you fucking buffoon! I mean, seriously, it's just... I shouldn't be getting worked up over this nonsense. This is just complete malarkey nonsense. I mean, Professor Phil Bell here is just like... Okay, I'm gonna prove that heat doesn't necessarily boil water. See, there was heat there. There was heat there that one moment. See, it's not all evaporated. See, I proved heat doesn't boil water. See, there was heat there. It didn't boil the water. I'm Professor Phil Bell, a complete delusional fuckwit who needs to be institutionalized. Congratulations. You're still an idiot. Ugh. The point about proving that heat causes water to boil doesn't mean heat anywhere. Yeah, I mean, if I have a bonfire like in a park somewhere 100 feet away, that bonfire is not gonna make this tea boil. And that's what you're doing here, man. It's so ridiculous. The whole point is that you need to claim that the substance, the water, in this case tea, will not boil if it heats up. The point is, it has to heat up. If whatever you're doing is not heating it up, you're not proving or disproving that heat causes water to boil. This is freaking retarded, Professor Phil. This is literally retarded what you're doing. Hope you're proud of yourself. Real science is. I'm sorry. Since when am I supposed to be a science teacher? Yeah, Portal Trucker, I mean, this is funny and cute that you think that I'm gonna attempt to teach Professor Phil Bell what is what. It's no use, dude. That guy is an old man. There ain't nothing he's gonna learn. Nothing. I mean, he might somehow learn something new. But just give it a few years and he's just back to saying this kind of crap again. I mean, do you think that this is the first time he's being shamed about this shit? About how unbelievably stupid he is? With the statements that he makes? No, it's like the 60th time or something. I don't know. It's happened so many times. The guy cannot learn. He cannot learn these things because he cannot unlearn the falsehoods that he has accepted. Because his entire pride is invested into believing that he is a scientist, even though he doesn't understand what the scientific method is. So there's no learning for him. I don't want to try. I mean, I'm explaining this. I'm doing this for the audience, for other people, not for him. Like, make no mistake. I don't think that this guy can learn. He can't. Alright. Did I ban Steve Windorf? No. I don't think so. I can check. He might have been banned somehow. Hope he's not shadow banned. Oh, he is. That's weird. Okay, he's unbanned. Got my issue. Yeah, that's fine. I remember, but I didn't ban him, so somebody's screwing around again. But yeah, I unblocked him. Who's banned him? I don't know. People just disappear. It just happens. So you just have to check with me and... No, there's no Rogue Wrench. Somebody fucking YouTube moderation. No, Rogue Wrench. Don't even fucking suggest it or I'll ban you. Nobody with a wrench is doing anything. That was not a question. Rogue Wrench is not a question. Hey, Steve Windorf. What happened? Nothing. Dude just got blocked somehow. Something did that. Take it easy. No. No. I don't want to have anybody here, especially if you don't have a wrench, telling me that, oh, I might have Rogue Wrench. This shit has happened for like 3 years. Yeah, has nothing to do with anything. Like, things happen, people get like shadow banned. Like, that's not a wrench doing that either. That's just, YouTube is unstable. And I think that YouTube, the overall system is just being hacked. Or there is a YouTube moderator that's literally like a rogue that's fucking around with me on purpose. And might be fucking around with other people too. Looking for something to talk about? Yeah, kind of. I'm kind of done with Professor Phil Bell and his ridiculous claims. Like, water doesn't necessarily cause heat to boil. I mean, it's... Or heat doesn't cause water to boil. Did I just switch it around? That's just silly. Atoms have mass. Yeah, that's all very cute. I mean, within atomic theory, that would be correct. You can't isolate an atom in order to establish the mass, and the mass is
extracted value, as a calculated value anyway. So it's all pointless. Did you see the latest on what they said was discovered on Mars? Yeah, they were like supposedly trying to restore that thing, right? I don't know what they claimed supposedly was spotted on Mars. Enlighten me. Pics online everywhere. Okay. I did not really bump into them, or if I did, it just like, oh, okay. It didn't really stand out to me, I think, then, if I bumped into it. Shut up, Fizz. Shut up, Phil Bell. This is ridiculous. Okay. Sulfur crystal. Ah. Okay. Woohoo. Shut up. No, bro, Portal Trucker, please don't even try to poke Phil, but I don't want to have a discussion with him. He's ridiculous. Right, anyway, I hope everybody's having a good time out there. If you are, don't forget to Rogan's it up. And if anybody else has a question that's not about made up nonsense on supposed other planets, then by all means ask. It's just kind of a waste of my time. Hey Sawblade, good to see you. I thought I would have so much to say about it. Not really. I mean, it's obviously not on another planet, Steve Windorf. This can't leave low Earth orbit. There's people that say that, like, that site that's being used supposedly as a Mars surface is somewhere in, I think in Greenland? That, if I remember that correctly, there's like a sort of desert-like area that they are using as if it is, they've organized it and isolated, and they're pretending it, yeah, that region to be the surface of Mars. That's what I've understood from other researchers that dug into it a lot more. So yeah, it means it's all fake. It's somewhere on Earth. Mars inside. No, there is no Mars. Mars is just a light in the sky. It's not a place you can go to. Zero G simulator, right? Any new thoughts about it, Sawblade? No, not really. I mean, it's just a design idea. I mean, I get it. You're probably still having it like, oh, it is an awesome idea, right? Dude, I think it's an awesome idea. In my mind, I'm like, oh, I wish I could test that thing. I mean, it would be pretty freaking epic. But do I have more ideas about it? Not really. It's just like, wow, that would be cool if I could do that. That's it. Oh, Rodney Gibbs. Look at a super powerful telescope. Okay. Well, I have to check out that super powerful telescope. I don't really trust supposed super powerful telescopes a lot. I get the feeling that being messed with those things. Super powerful telescopes often have like a big chunk of electronics in them these days. Potentially an entire computer there, and I don't trust it. If it's not just pure glass and glass lenses, if it's more than that, like, I am not trusting it. Oh, did I use software to help render the image? Bro. I mean, there you go. I mean, that's just silly. Like, oh, what are the parameters for the software to tell you how that's going to be looking like? Sounds like there's some kind of fractal input, a pre-designation. Was I being doped? Yeah, probably. Right? I mean, the same goes for the moon. There's claims that, oh, we have this very super powerful telescope and we're zooming in on the moon, and then you can see all these details. Oh, we can see the flag that was planted, supposedly. But yet, nobody, like, with no private person with a telescope that they would have constructed somehow has ever actually seen those details. It's only the special devices can zoom in into detail beyond a certain point. Because it's a scam, it's a trick. No claims about the flag. Oh, well, maybe it's not there yet, but I mean, it will be eventually, I think. The point is that all the super powerful, if you have a super powerful telescope that can just see details on Mars and all that, then it's ridiculous to claim that you wouldn't be able to see even more detail with that same telescope on the moon. And the moon is supposedly much closer, bigger. It should be much easier to see microscopic details. Yet, tons of people zoom in on the moon and like really zoom in, and yeah, even though you see things there, you see a light play and a shadow play, you don't see those actual details, those micro details. It's just not there. Affected by allergies? No. No, I get a bit sneezy and all that, especially at the first hour of the show because of the vibration of my own voice. That's causing me to get sniffy, but it goes away. It seems like it's ended now, so I'm okay. Ah. Mars rotate. Or moon orbiting it. Yeah. Okay, Steve Windorf. Yeah, that's... You should come prepared, though. Not running away. That's very funny, Sawblade. You always forget. Well, you should learn eventually. I mean, if you just like have a roll of toilet paper near you, then, or Kleenexes or whatever you're gonna use, you just should be just prepared. Just make it a habit, and then eventually you'll have a routine too, just like I do, to deal with it. Because, I mean, this is not like, oh, this is something from the last 2 years. No, dude, I've been having this since the very, very beginning. So even since the Flat Earth talks, I've had these issues. Get extra snotty when you smoke weed? Yeah, that can happen too. Right, but for me it's not related to that because a lot of the times I don't smoke weed before I do the show. Does not. Hey, sometimes I do Sawblade, but most of the times I don't. Like, especially if I like slept, if I went to bed very late, because then I'm just like don't feel up for that. I mean, today I did actually do that because today I got up decently early and I felt pretty good. But it makes no difference for the runny noses and all that for me. How do I afford it? Barely. The globe doesn't fit, you must have quit. Why waste money on it? Because I like it. And certain periods of time it like helps me eat. Because it like gets my metabolism going. Like all the periods where I didn't smoke weed, I have more issues with eating. It's always been, well, always. It's been like this since I started smoking. And I really noticed when I went off it, just that like I'm eating less. It's not just beginning stages like weaning off it and all that. No, it is like that. It stays. Can I get it prescribed? But no. Why? Because it doesn't work like that. For health reasons, yeah, they don't give a shit. I don't have glaucoma. So they'll just say like, oh, but we have some other pharmaceutical medicine that will help you get hunger. Some stupid big pharma designer crap that has terrible side effects probably on the long run or whatever. Like, they'll just offer anything else. Yeah, just saying like, hey, this happens to help me with something. They don't care. That doesn't mean that you can then just say, oh, I just want to be prescribed this. No, it doesn't work like that. You have to have an actual medical condition officially registered, and not being really hungry is not a medical condition. Maybe it works, no it doesn't. I don't know any other people in the Netherlands that smoke weed that have it as a prescription other than people with glaucoma. And I don't know anybody with glaucoma. You look really skinny. Maybe need more. Yeah, that's cute. I mean, yeah, that's what it is. I mean, I'm not that skinny. I'm trying to be cute. Okay, I get it. I'm trying to help out, but I mean, it doesn't really work. I don't have any wife or kids nagging me. Smoke dope whenever. Dope up all day. Well, it's not like that. And yeah, despite me not having issues with somebody nagging me, it does get really lonely at times, Saw Blade. So in a way, I could say I'm kind of jealous of you probably then. On the other hand, I don't really get used to it a lot. Not easily. I'm not as socially flexible with that kind of thing. I don't just easily hang around with other people. How many push-ups can I do? I don't know. I haven't really tried seeing how far I can take that in a while. Steve Windor. People with cancer that have THC prescribed? Yeah, but you think I'm really gonna risk having cancer detected by some doctor just to get cannabis, dude, they'll would attempt to force me to go through all this crap, medical procedures that I'm absolutely never gonna do. So it doesn't work. If you have to, like, you can't use their system to try to get an advantage. It doesn't work. No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Do I have cancer? Who knows? Maybe I do. I don't think so. Or not in a way that's like not containable. I would have known if I had cancer. Oh, really? How would you contain cancer? By keeping your body's condition good? Yeah. I mean, the body heals itself. You just have to make sure that you don't accidentally swamp down your body to the point where it can't do that anymore. Because that's how disease gets out of control. Like, there's cancer in your body at all times. You're like born with, 20 different types of cancer cells? It's part of your system. It repairs things. But if it's too much, the burden is too much, then it can't perform its internal job right, and then it might get out of control. Like cancer that gets out of control, it's like an accident that happens. It's like, oops. The process is like not completing and it keeps going and going. Like that's the problem. Like it's part of your body. Like it should happen. Like cancer should be happening regularly in your body on a small scale. Like it's like starts with some kind of inflammation and gets like a bump or whatever. Maybe not that big, but you'll feel it there. It will make you feel very uncomfortable. And then like you go through like this metabolic shit. It's more sweaty or whatever. You just feels different, might feel uncomfortable. And then eventually you like detox and then it goes away again. It like hardens up and then your body breaks it down. And then it's gone and everything that's there is renewed. That's what cancer does. Did I heal myself of cancer? Well, not that I can like prove. I suspect it. And it's not healing myself of cancer because I don't see cancer as a disease. It's like cancer itself is like a healing process. That's how I see it. And if you meddle too much, or if like the burden on your body is too big, then it can like get out of control because it's basically an expression of your body being broken to the point where it can't fix itself. Now, the cancer is just a side effect of that, like when it gets out of control, seemingly so. You think you could figure out a way to cure it once it gets too spread? There are lots of things that you can try to do, like apricot seeds, for example. There's like all kinds of like careful diet things in all directions, like heavy cannabis oil treatments, apricot seeds, dude, baking powder. There's so many things you can try. All these influences that'll help assist your body when you're in that situation, even if it is far progressed. But if it's far progressed, that means that it's already grown out of control, that your body is already like out of balance pretty badly. 1 tumors and yeah. Dude, there's been just people, I mean, allegedly, I can't prove it, I'm not gonna make a claim, especially like I'm a doctor, I'm not. Just a guy that like, I do my own medicine, and it's my responsibility and nobody else's, and I refuse to relinquish that responsibility to another. Right? But there's been people that had like very far stage cancer allegedly, where the doctors are like, yeah, he's gonna die in like a few months or a week, maybe a few weeks or a month or something. They go into radical therapy like Gerson's therapy or a combination like with cannabis oil on top of that, and then it's like, oh, it's massively receded, like at a stage where it should never recede, and then like they keep going and then it's just gone. Like things like terminal lung cancer, where it's really bad and spread out and it's just completely foobar from a standard medical point of view, and then you do the right therapies and you have the right attitude and it completely recedes, totally, till the point where it's completely gone and there's not even scarring, it's just nothing. So yeah, that can happen. I've seen that with people, and like people that made videos about that even like decades ago, and I do trust that. I do trust that that's real. Can I cure cancer at a distance using the technique? No. But no, it's a response. The cancer is a response. You can't cure the response. The response is already there. You might be able to have like a background trigger that's aggravating things and remove that. But yeah, I mean, if it's already pretty far, then I mean, applying the technique could help you to naturally make it recede and cleanse yourself and all that. It could help. But it's not just like, oh, I apply the technique and suddenly the cancer goes away. And like, no, I don't think so. I mean, there might be healers out there that are really exceptionally well, that do more than just the basics of the technique that I do, that are a lot stronger. They might be, dude, I can't exclude that, like, literally forms of lay on hands of certain individuals could like completely make it go away. Could be. I can't exclude that. I certainly trust in my own lay on hands ability. What technique are you talking about? The technique. It's a form of prayer, you could say. But it's like a combination between prayer and meditation. And it's based on Rudolf Steiner cosmology, and I copied it from my healer, a guy that I know through my dad, who's like a really deeply studied into Rudolf Steiner like his entire life. And you can apply the technique to yourself or to somebody else, like at a distance, like you don't even have to see them. They can be on the other side of the world and it will work. Just like it's kind of known that you can do prayer for somebody on the other side of the world and it will work. It's the same system. So it's remote, yeah. Non-local, it's through the spirit. You can argue that the way it works through the spirit is through the psionic ether, the way that we are spiritually connected with everybody else. So not the physical connection, but like the connection of our spirit beings with everybody else in the internet of the spirit, you could call it. And I think it uses that. Does it work on non-Christians? That all depends. I can't even say that it works on all Christians. It all depends. Like, if you consider yourself a Christian, or if you're like part of a group that calls themselves a Christian, that doesn't automatically make you ideal. There's a lot of Christians that are very delusional and have a lot of demons with them. And if you are contracted with demons, that can literally, like, the contracted, that means that you basically agree to it, or you even personify that type of behavior that's demonic with yourself. Well, then the technique might be disabled from being used on you. Demons can get in the way because of the contract. If you're contracted with a demon, with your spirit, then that can prevent the technique from being applied to you. The technique needs ether? Who cares? What? Now it sounds a bit hokey since you mentioned ether. Ether is just a word. Dude, there's so many different ethers. There's the electric ether, there's the radio ether, the radio, like information on the radio ether. There's so many expressions of ether. There's the chemical ether, and then there is like the spirit ether. I mean, there's literally the ethereal body. Yeah, part of the technique is addressing the ethereal body, and it doesn't mean ether doesn't mean like the dielectric whatever wheelie nonsense talk. It has nothing to do with that. It's just like, yeah, that's what it's called. And look into Rudolf Steiner. The ethereal body is a thing, just like the spirit body, just like the soul body. It's a thing. It's just a name. Talking about Rudolf Steiner cosmology, spirit cosmology. And I'm not an Etherean. Don't do that, Steve Windorf. I don't support the whole wheelie ether riddle. It's absolute trash. Yeah, ether like that, it's a collection of effects that are their own thing. They have nothing to do with one another. It isn't ether. Read Rudolf Steiner was pro-eugenics. Well, I don't know what source you looked into that for, Bob Lemke, but that's absolute nonsense. It was not eugenics at all. Eugenics done correctly is cool? No, it's not cool. It might be necessary, right? That's the theory behind it. It's not cool. It's not. Eugenics is never cool. It might be necessary for survival to a degree, or in certain circumstances, rare circumstances. But it's not. Doesn't make it cool. It's not entertaining in any way. Unless you're a freaking demon sadist. Yeah, you are confused. Yeah, I'm talking about the word ether, and I mentioned all these different things that have the word ether in them. It's not the same thing. Ether is just a word, and it has all these different meanings in different fields of information and knowledge. Doesn't make them the same thing. Didn't my stance on eugenics? I don't know. I don't think so, Portal Trucker. Witsit always talks about ether. Yeah, because he's doing the ether riddle. It's not the same thing. Yeah, Witsit's a ether unification theorist. It's like a unified thing that's at the bottom foundation of everything. Yeah, that's the ether riddle nonsense. It's unified ether. There is no unified ether. There's all these different things that are called ether, and that's it. Where is Clutch? I don't know, not here. Don't talk to me like that. Don't tell me to calm down. So Witsit believes in the wrong ether? No, it's the claims that he makes. So he's a unification theorist. Yeah, like ether is not even the problem about it. It's the unification theory that doesn't work. You can't just string together a bunch of different effects that are not related in any physical way and then call it ether. That's what he's doing. It's a unification theory, not real. It's not one thing. Those things are different, separate things that are not ether. It's stupid to suggest that. Yo. Yeah. Fuck off, Baumlemke. Don't talk to me like that. You're a troll asshole. Why did Witsit call me a coward? What? What are you talking about? Witsit called me a coward? Since when did that happen? Why the hell would I debate him? I mean, there is no debate. I mean, there's my statements about it, and that's it. Jaren called me and why? What do you mean me? Did he use my name? I haven't heard anybody that's like actually directly addressed me like that, called me out. Like, I mean, show me the evidence other than a bunch of troll asswipes. I mean, there was this whole back and forth beef back then with FED and Jaren and all that. I'm not part of that. Arwin would wipe up. No, I would get really sick of it and want to drop out because I don't want to play their games. I don't want to ask questions and then not get answers to those questions and get led down another rabbit trail every single time I ask the question. I don't want to do that. I don't want to have all this anticipation of like responding to questions and then getting questions that have nothing to do with the subject. I don't want to deal with that. It's what they do. I don't want to be part of those games. I want to have an honest, open discussion They don't do that. They're making it into like these political games. I don't want to be part of that. It's a waste of my time. Yeah. I don't need to have a shared video where we have a back and forth in order to establish the issues with what they do. I just lay it down, and everybody has all the time to listen to what I have to say about it, and then see if there's any kind of point to that. Yeah, I don't need their response or their red herrings or anything. I don't need a debate, technically. I could have a reaction, but I'm not gonna be set up for some stupid nonsense back and forth. And if he, yeah, exactly. If he wants to talk to me, you could talk to me in my chat. I've already proven I don't just kick any high-profile person out. Like the other day, I had a discussion with Dell, and he was not being antagonizing and aggressive, and I just like have a open discussion, or open talk, and it was great. I liked it. So that is very possible, even if there has been situations of high friction in the past. So this idea of intellect crushing Soulblade, that's not how it works. No, I'm not gonna invite Jaren over to a Night Owl show. Could you just stop it, please? Don't you know that I don't do that? The Night Owl is not like a debate show. I don't get people over to have like antagonizing back and forths. It's a nice open discussion platform. I only want to have friendly conversations. Yeah? If you're like, oh, like, we're gonna attack him, destroy him intellectually. Dude, go to Nathan Oakley, yeah? He does that every day. That's what he does, all the time. Yeah? That's what you want to listen to, not this guy. This guy, I don't do that. I think that's a waste of my time. Yeah, I don't need to get like that to point out how I see things or how I see things are flawed. There's no need. No, I'm not gonna have a Night Owl show with Nathan Oakley. Why? What the hell would we talk about? Like, I never talk to Nathan. I barely was able to talk to Nathan on his own live show. There's no need for that, Steve. Nathan owes me $500. No, he doesn't. That deal no longer stands, Rodney Gibbs. Yeah, that was what I needed to go back. It's too late now. I'm not going back. Like, the chemistry is done. I can't do that anymore. I can't be part of that show anymore. I refuse. So that offer, $500 or I'm out, it's past. That's done. It's not there anymore. Yeah, I can still use $500 for sure, and I mean, if I get it through his crowd or whatever, or his efforts, I will certainly take it to heart. It will restore some faith somehow, but I mean, they're not gonna do it. I mean, that's blatantly obvious that they're not. And Like, why the hell should I be hoping for it? It's kind of pointless. We should take some lessons on Brian's logic on what? I still like Nathan in some way. I mean, yeah. Why wouldn't I? Nathan is good at what he does, and he does it in that way. It's not my way. Right? So I have respect for what Nathan does to a degree. It's not all of it. And there's a lot of like really tight development there that is like very useful. They're very clear about certain things, and I'm using that as a standard. I mean, I was basically educated by them by being part of that for a long time, and I've taken that to heart, and I still use that as a standard. It's like at the foundation, I recognize the Nathan Oakley standard. It's just that just because I recognize the standard doesn't mean that I'm not gonna allow myself to speculate on what might be, which is something that they profusely don't want to do. Because they don't want to end up making any claims. Well, that's cool. You don't have to. I'm going to be a free-range speculator. I'm going to do what I do and figure out what could be. Because that's what I do. And nobody's going to stop me. It's that simple. Right? But when it comes to things like physics or the claims of science, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna be there to point out the things that I've learned over at Nathan Oakley's, which are legitimate. Not that everything that they claim about physics is even correct. There are things that are like on the edge, and like, not that they're like, oh, they're out there. No, they're like just trying to be very strict. But there's a limitation, and there's just not more knowledge beyond it, and I'm very curious about the knowledge beyond it, and that's why I do what I do, like in my project to try to discover the true nature of light. They don't go there. They don't do that. Yeah, and that's it. I mean, when I would bring that up, like, oh, I think that light might be an instantaneous, infinitely divisible beam, they would just like, shut up with that nonsense. Because I don't have any direct evidence. I haven't done the experiment, even though I devised a setup for an experiment to prove that. And they didn't care. Because they don't really care about that sort of thing. They're more interested in breaking down blatantly delusional foundations. Foundationally delusional ideas, like especially with globers or with flat earthers that make stupid globe-like claims. That's what they're interested in, breaking it down and mowing the lawn continually. Well, I'm interested in trying to sprout some trees and just seeing where they grow, seeing what could turn out to be real. And that's what I do, and I'm very dynamic. Like, I entertain looping and spatial nonlinearity and like things like non-space, the potential for non-space. I step away from the standard group assumptions and figure out why those standard group assumptions. Why do people assume that they're in a dome? Everything as is, despite all the signs against it, like the scale inconsistencies. Why do they do it? Well, it's because of physicality assumption bias. It's because it's harder to think of it more as a more complex thing. It becomes surreal to them, and then if they can't just basically visualize it or make a mini version of it physically right in front of them, they can't grab onto it with their minds, and so they just choose the thing that they manage to get. Like, If they don't understand it, they can't latch onto it. And that's the reason why they do it. That's why there's so many diskers and domers. Yeah? I bypass those standard issues, those standard problems, and go beyond easy convenience for people to understand things towards complicated things. Complicated things that could turn out to be real. What's going on here? What the fuck? What the hell are you talking about, Rodney Gibbs? Don't say that. Is this some kind of fucking joke? Are you two trying to fuck with me? Because I will kick you all out, man. This is not funny. I don't want you to joke with that. I'll kick you the fuck out. Yeah, if you're just fucking troll infiltrants all this time just to say that kind of crap, I have no problem just fucking deleting you, and then you can start over again with a new stupid sock fake account that you can pretend to be a new person again, yeah? Don't sneak that crap into my chat. Yeah, that's fine. You hate him. That's cool. That's just fine. You can hate him all you like. This is your issue, man. Your problem. If you have hate, well, then you have to deal with that. You don't forgive and forget. Well, that's your problem too, man. I mean, it's your choice. Every choice has a price. Yeah. People do shit wrong. If you're gonna hold on to their wrongdoings forever, well, you're gonna miss out on a lot. I'm not telling you what to do, but I do not want anybody to talk like that in my chat. That's not permitted. Now, this is a 12+ channel. I don't want that kind of talk. Okay, solid. What the fuck is that about? Way of peace similar to our Savior. Okay, sure. I don't know why you directly want to compare me to Jesus, but I mean, I do try to follow his ways. Yeah, his path. It's what I try. Doesn't make me the Savior, though. I'm just trying. Just trying. So, save the degeneracy. Good. You better do that. It's better to not save the degeneracy at all and just like completely let it go. I mean, why? Expressing degeneracy just cements it deeper inside of you. Why would you want to hold on to it and like let that degeneracy re-emerge? Why do you attribute value to it? Trying to get it out. Okay. To be fair, you can't just get it out just by expressing it. But by expressing it, you force a confrontation and you force honesty about that you have the issue. But that doesn't make it go away. It's just the first step, right? First you have to recognize it's real, that you have it, and then you can actively apply discipline to let it go and no longer stick to you. You have to forgive it. so you can move on. Otherwise, you're just gonna hold on to a grudge, and expressing that grudge is not gonna make the grudge go away. Right? Demons be gone, okay. My characteristics are extremely similar to Jesus. Oh, really? I mean, I don't know if Jesus would be doing all the things that I do. I might be a little bit sillier than Jesus. Maybe a little bit more insidious. I don't know if Jesus was like that. But I mean, who knows? What we get to read of him is just his profound wisdom. He seems fit. There's not a lot of descriptions about the expressions of Jesus, is there? Like, what is his like? How is he looking at him? Like, is he? You don't. You just get to hear his words, right? So I don't know. What? Jesus was Jewish? Oh, Jesus. No. I mean, he might have been Jewish in the sense that he's from a family that is is like genetically Jewish. Oh my god, whatever that means. But I mean, Jesus like pretty obviously rebelled against that religion. He opposed like the rules of the Old Testament, like all the extra stuff, all the things that were said there by Yahweh. So I have been described as a crypto Jew. I'm sure they have. I mean, it might be true, dude. Like, I might be a Jew, but I'm not sure. Sometimes I feel like a Jew, but I'm terrible with money. Well, not terrible. I'm just not good enough with money to be considered a Jew. And on the other hand, I really have this weird affection for Jews too. Like, I like how much fun they can have. And I get it. I understand their methods. I understand how they provide a service. They are sin herders. They herd the sinful. They do. Atheist though, yeah, that's ridiculous. If you're an atheist, then you're not a Jew. Unless you're genetically from some bloodline that call themselves Jew. If you're an atheist, you're not a Jew. You're not religiously Jewish. That makes no sense. Eric Dubé thinks that I'm a crypto Jew because of my nasal issues. Wow. You grew up religiously, Jews. Oh, okay. So you went like your small hats and Hanukkah and all that. Cool. So you never did the weird ritual of reading stuff in reverse and all that? Or did? Your parents were religious. Okay. So are your parents kind of disappointed in you? Since you are an atheist, I mean, that's like, okay. That one got away then. Jews can read backward. That's not what I said. There's just this weird ritual where they read some stuff backwards. It's weird. It's like a sort of adult adulthood ritual thing or something. I'm not sure, man. Jews do some weird shit. They wished you were more religious? Okay. Well, maybe not that your parents were a part of. That is, I'm sorry, I knew Jewish guys. Yeah? I knew Jews when I was younger. Yeah, they do. Am I a Muslim? What? No. Like most Indonesian people. Yeah, well, I've never even been to Indonesia. Like, my grandfather came from Indonesia. It's written right to left. Yeah. No, but it's like reading some weird shit that just doesn't even mean anything. I don't know, man. It's really weird. I'm not gonna get into more specific. I don't want to talk about this stuff. I mean, I might just be talking about a secret ritual or something. I don't know, man. No, that doesn't exist. Oh, okay, sure it doesn't exist. Sure. Yeah. Says the atheist that obviously isn't in on the religious aspects of his background. Sure. Sure, they told you every detail. Backwards sequence of Jews. No, it's way weirder than that. I would get informed about it like through the dark world. It's really weird. They would never like talk about that stuff like in the physical time linear world. But then they would tell me like in my dreams basically and show me things. It's very surreal. Weird, obscure, weird sect of Judas. Yeah, could be Steve Windorf. Dude, I mean there's so much weird shit in Judaism. It's like so big that like one group of Jews doesn't know what the other group of Jews even does. It's that big and widespread and varied. So in the dark. No, the dark world is not a physical place. It's an experience. Scientology in the dark world? I've never had anything about Scientology in the dark world. I have met actual Scientologists. An old friend of mine that was like a kid friend became a Scientologist. Did I see Tom Cruise in the dark world? Well, yeah, but that's because movies and all that were also part of my dark world experience. Like, got to see a lot of stuff. lots of different stuff, including like politics stuff, even though I wasn't even interested when I experienced that. I still got to see it, and military crap, and dudes, so many different things. It's just extensive. Dude, what other movie stars didn't I see in the dark? I saw like all of it. Like, I saw people that I wouldn't even recognize if I'd see them like in the real world, because I just didn't give a shit. I still got to see stuff of things that I wasn't interested in. I did have like a really weird, I don't want, the problem is that especially with like really dark actors that are like fucked up, I got to see a lot of like really sick shit in the dark world about like a lot of people, and I don't want to talk about that. I just don't. Because it's all too fucking disgusting. There's nothing constructive I can do with it. Even bringing it up only makes everything that I have to deal with from that point on a lot worse. Because I don't want people that think about those things to be associated with me in any form. Yeah? I just don't. I don't want that association. So there's like tons of information that I've seen in the dark world that I literally never ever want to talk about ever under any circumstances, even if imminent death is right around the corner. Then I still will never fucking talk about it. It will die with me because it needs to die. I've seen things that I just wish I'd never seen. And that's it. Dirt on themselves? Never have. No, I don't think so. I don't think Scientology works like that. They've just invested tons of things. Like, they are invested into Scientology. So you don't want to. It's like you are invested in your own house. You're not just gonna leave it all behind. Transcribe. What? Okay, that's weird. Dude, I'm not interested. No, I should not. I'm not interested. Not interested in modern day cults. I know more than I need to know. I'm not interested. I don't waste my time obsessing over things that are fucked up and I can do nothing about it. Yeah? I just identify things, then I know, okay, this is not a thing I want to get involved with. And then I just like, okay, so from that point on, it's just a waste of time to deal with it. So I don't. Right? Just like I don't want to openly obsess over frickin' Palestinian genocide that's happening just non-stop. Yeah, it's horrendous. It's terrible. Like this, what can I do about it? Nothing? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then I'm just gonna prevent things from letting me get obsessed over it and wasting everybody's time and drawing in a whole bunch of demons that feel the same way, yet there's nothing else that I really share with those people. And so I don't just continually whine about it. I just established, like, yeah, that shit's going down. Yeah, it's completely out of control. Yeah, it's insane. And there's going to be a price to pay in one way or another. Like, I mean, with this kind of shit, I get the feeling like if they keep that up, like at the end of it, like some freaking angel of fire is going to come down and just claim the price for their sin. I mean, that's what I feel about it. And there's no point in telling any of them. They're possessed. Like, they are possessed by their god. They are possessed by Baal. They're just doing it. They're doing what Baal does. Right? But those things claim their prices. They have their response from the heavens. It's just how it is. Yemen is about to get genocide. Yeah, I'm sure they are. It's all the same shit. All of it. What? Why do they hate me so much? I don't know, man. I don't know, Sawblade. I probably remind them of certain things about themselves, yet like I managed to retain my spirit where they like blatantly didn't. So they're probably jealous of my ability to retain my soul in the face of what I do compared to them and where they failed. And they're just perpetually envious about it. They're probably jealous of my freedom. Because I'm pretty damn sure that that guy's life really sucks. I mean, if you do that kind of activity regularly, there's no other way than that your life has to suck. And that whatever it may seem to the outside world, like, it's not gonna have that value to you because this is what comes out of you. And when that comes out of you, your life sucks. Doesn't matter what you do, how much money you have, how much respect you get on the outside. Your life must suck if that is what comes out of you. Freedom and success? I don't know about the success part though, Sawblade. I mean, by societal standards, I'm not successful at all. I mean, I have developed. There's development. I definitely have freedom. But, I mean, success is measured very differently, and it's measured in money and fame, reach, influence, And in those things, I mean, yeah, that's not here. I don't have that. So, but I mean, he doesn't have to be jealous of success. It could really be the free. I mean, success is plenty out there, and all the successful people, they're all stuck to having to do what they chose to do. Yeah? Freedom, real freedom, spiritual freedom, internal freedom that doesn't dilapidate to absolutely nothing. It's much rarer. So I really think that he's more jealous of my actual freedom, despite my perceived lack of success societally. He's jealous of my freedom. I mean, I think that is it. Have to sign off or your wife will kill you. Okay. Yeah. Keep on trucking. Yeah. Thanks for the conversation, and I'll see you later, Steve Windorf. Success in life. Yeah, right, Portal Truck. It's all about success with what? I mean, I have successfully maintained my freedom of spirit and mind. Like, even societally, I go where just in this standardized social media society, everybody standardizes themselves. Like, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can have this opinion, you can't say that, this is going too far, that's going too far. All these standards, and everybody knows about them. But guess who's not adapting? Yeah? It's not about, I am not PC, I am not being PC. No, I am like taking it a step beyond just like, I'm not going along with you telling me that we have to do it like that. No, I'm taking it even further back, and I'm just free. I'm just wild. I'm wildly free. I have like the freedom to suddenly get really seriously angry. Or get really passionate, even when it seems kind of inappropriate. I really have that freedom. I'm like a guy in the wilds on the internet. Right? And unlike guys that do shows about the wild, they're all perfectly controlled because they're all like, oh, I want to stay perfectly in line with the standard, or like my channel won't grow as much, right? And so they have lost all their freedom, yeah? Out in the wild, no freedom whatsoever. Why? Because they are a slave to the numbers. To the numbers that signify their income. They have no freedom. They have no freedom of expression. They have no freedom to express exactly what they're thinking right now, even if it's not convenient to the numbers, yeah? I have that freedom. I can take it anywhere. I can just have an entire crowd that's just like, just trying to appeal like, oh, but Armin, maybe you should do this, it's not unreasonable, and I can just say, fuck all of you. I'm just gonna ban all of you now. Why? Because I feel like you're trying to manipulate me to adapt. Just move a little bit closer to that societal standard of how you should do things, and move it slightly more that direction. Just go along. Just give up that freedom, just a little bit of freedom, just like slightly more cage, just, and I'm like, go fuck yourself. I'm free to go over that line, and not even to be funny. I'm just going over that line because I'm free. Yeah? And if watchers can't handle that, then hey, it's like a billion other YouTube shows out there. Yeah? And they're all way more boring. Right? I mean, how many shows are out there where it's just one guy that's talking every day for 2 to 3 hours or more? How many of them are actually like worth listening to without huge amount of drugs, because otherwise you're gonna go nuts and want to punch yourself in the face. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna have that issue here. There's always something that'll keep you sharp, like always something. It's never actually mind-meltingly boring, because I'm free. I'm actually free. Free of mind, free of spirit. Yeah. And that is the key to my success, to what I think is successful, because freedom is such a rare resource now. People take their own freedom by trying to adapt to a system so they get more perceived popularity, they get more numbers, and they get more money, more success. And so they traded their freedom for money, numbers, and success. And I'm just not doing it. Screw that. Does my room ever feel a bit like a self-imposed prison cell? No. No, you see, I can literally just go outside. I can walk outside, I can move to other places, but then what? What do I do there? Hello, by the way, Akumu virus. You gain others? No. And besides, like, I've been alone most of my life. I'm just fine. I'd be interested to try, like, getting to know other people better, if that actually connects. Problem is, I don't find anybody. I've not come across a single person where I feel like, yeah, that's really worth connecting up with. Just don't find those people. Why did they say that? I don't know, but why do I delete it? Maybe because I don't want to talk about it. Ever considered that, Simon the Option Trader? So if I delete a message and I ban them, why do you think that is? Is that because I really want to discuss the thing that the person brought up that I immediately banned? What do you think? Yeah, if you have complaints, they are telling lies. Well, maybe they are, maybe they're not. The point is, I don't want to talk about that crap. Yeah, maybe I am dependent on money handouts from the government. Yeah, maybe that is what true. Yeah. Does that change anything? No. Does that make me a bad person? No. Is that illegal? No. What does it mean? It means absolutely nothing. It means that my freedom makes me dependent of money handout, because yeah, hey, if I'd get tons of support, then I could probably make more money than the welfare system would give me, and then yeah, I would make my own money by the support of people. But yeah, if people are only willing to give me money if I just start to behave like a normal person that just doesn't have any freedom whatsoever and is completely standardized and you don't even recognize any honesty whatsoever anymore, yeah, well, guess what? That's not worth it. I'd rather be completely dependent on government for money handouts then. Yeah? It's that simple. So, hey, you don't like me taking welfare? Support me then. If enough people support me, then eventually I don't need welfare to get by. Because I get support other ways. Yeah? It's that simple. Oh, you don't want to? Well, then fuck off. And stop whining. Stop whining about what I do if you're not willing to help me out. I mean, this is not complicated. You're not upsetting me, Simon the option trader. It's just basic code of conduct. Yeah. If a troll comes in, whines about something, then I expect that the people that I don't immediately ban when they come in my chat don't try to address the subject that the people that I immediately ban brought up. I expect you to not talk about what the person immediately getting banned brought up. Yeah? It's not that complicated. Because now I had to address it, and it's annoying. It's an annoying subject to address, even though relevant because it also has to do with that freedom that I just talked about. Now I put it in the title. Wow, holy shit, I can't believe I've already been gone for 2 hours, 42 minutes. Time has flown. Yeah, Sawblade, so why are you saying it again? Why are you bringing that up? You think I like that? Yeah, the point about me banning them is that I don't want people to bring that shit up, because it's just annoying. It just gets people into like this ninnying frenzy. So don't do that. It's not going to be visible, you know? It's not going to be visible on the screen or in the chat afterward. So I don't know why you do that, Sawblade. Weird. Sawblade is like not visible in the live chat. I can only see him in top chat. Wait, what? What the fuck is going on here? Where the hell did that message just go? Like, I deleted a message. Then when I refreshed the browser, like, the deleted message was gone. Like, there's other message that I delete. When I refresh my chat, they still reappear. It's like, oh, this person said something, it's deleted. Like, that reappears. But this thing that I deleted from Sawblade, like, even the deleted message disappeared. What the hell's going on here? Like, how is that even possible? Oh, Will FE, welcome back. What? What are you talking about? Oh, Will FE is Tarot? Really? Could be. Doesn't really matter. Duh. Oh, okay, duh. I don't know where you're getting the duh from. Like, because I don't really go to, like, troll forums and all that. Seems like you are. So, who are you exactly? Portal Trucker? Like, how the fuck do you even know who that is? Seems like you're not a guy that just happened to bump into my channel one day. Seems like you happened to bump into me through the whole troll forum crap out there. Yeah, whatever, man. I mean, you fucking trolls, you can go undercover all you like. I mean, I'll just delete as soon as it becomes established that you are those fucking trolls again. I will just delete you and, like, forget about it. I don't care. I don't care that you wanna come back in my face every goddamn time for years. I don't care that you're deranged stalking fuckwits. Yeah? I mean, you can pretend to be whoever you want to be. And then as soon as I found out it's you because your demonic nature shines through, then I just kick you out again. Right? Until you no longer have that demonic nature shining through, and then you can stay as your fake personality that you're holding on to. I'm fine, like, I don't care. I care more about people that support me, though. I mean, if you're a troll, supposedly, and you go undercover, if you're willing to go as far as to, like, make up a fake identity and then have that fake identity send real money to me somehow, like, yeah, then I'd care more to preserve that fake identity. Right? That's all just fine. If you want to go that far. But I mean, if you really want to stay close to me, then just financially support me. Instead of cyber stalking me all day with fake personalities. People are weird. Yeah, Sawblade. No, they're nuts. They are fucking insane out of their minds. They can't handle freedom. You don't know who's really a friend or enemy? Yeah, I don't know who's my friend or enemy. And I mean it. Like, I don't. I've not been able to get a stable grasp on people following me and hang around my show for like 5 years now. I've given up on ever reaching like an actual stable community that's gonna have my back and not just suddenly turn on me. Because everybody that I've ever met pretty much either eventually abandons me because it's too much hassle dealing with the rest of it, or they turn on me and become a troll. There's like hundreds of people like that. And like 3/4 of them are singular individuals that just go through reshape into a new act and then come and join me and go through all of it again. They're just fucking insane. Right? So I don't really care about friend or enemy. I just care about what is shared, and hey, if whatever, right? I mean, somebody acting friendly, being interesting, asking good questions, proving that they understand, then I appreciate it. They turning out to be trolls, or they have demonic nature that they've been trying to hide that's coming to a flood, well, then I just kick you the fuck out and done. Like, try again. Go try again, start from scratch with the new stupid fake sock account with your fake personality, and then you can try to contain your demonic nature anew, pretending that you're a halfway decent person, and then you'll be able to hang around me for some time until eventually that demonic nature of you comes afloat again, because you can never keep it down forever, because it's a part of you. It's become you. And then you get kicked out again. You can keep doing that the rest of my life till you're dead. I don't care. You're not gonna stop me. A bunch of demonic, insane people continually cyberstalking and swarming me is not going to stop me. And neither is poverty. Nothing is going to stop me. I am free. I'm gonna share how I see things, and I'm gonna keep doing that. And nothing is going to stop me. No matter what you do. No matter what happens. You explored Owen Benjamin's content? Cool. Yeah, he is flat earth, but he's also a bit special boy earther. But I mean, Owen Benjamin has his own way of dealing with flat earth. And he does find a lot of flat earthers very tedious, which is good. It means that he's also, in the face of all of it, retained his freedom. Hello, by the way, Akuma Virus, good to see you. Man, I can't believe it's like already 3 hours in. Right, anyway, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. And I'm back. See, Terrence McKenna? No, never heard of it. Transmigration? What does that even mean? Transmigration? What? The guy of The Secret? What? Ethnobotanist? What? Oh, he's like into psychedelic plants and stuff. Right. Alright. Dude, he died very young, by the way. So... Guy of the Stone Monkey Theory. Yeah, sounds like a bunch of nonsense, really. Yeah, literally, if he rests his entire foundational understanding on a theory of evolution. If you're gonna say Stone Ape Theory, right? That's evolution. That's an evolution idea. No, sounds like a relic from the 70s. Sounds like nonsense. Sounds like that's highly outdated. Right? So, not interested. Sorry to disappoint you. Yeah, there's no evolution. There's no species that turned into another species that is completely different. There's only adaptation. What's God's mission for me? To develop and exploit my unique talents. And to keep straight, to keep straight what is real, what is not real. To know what is in me and what is not in me. And also part of God's mission is to just figure out those things about myself that I've never been able to really figure out when I was younger, which led me to like not really properly know my place in society, not feeling a part of society. And now I've exploited that being apart from society by embracing a level of freedom that nobody in society could really properly manage. They would be cast out. It wouldn't work for them. They'd crawl back. I don't, because there's nothing to crawl back to. I wouldn't be able to. So I just maintain this freedom. That's what I really have. And I'm not like continually having to fend off the addiction of like, oh, I just need to go back to them. Like, no, there's nothing to go back to for me. And so I'm just being me. It's part of my God's mission. And do what I do. And that is explain things, make things that are really surreal and complicated, very hard to explain, make it understandable, make it comprehensible, help others to become more able to explain these complexities in a consistent way. So overall, spreading more insight and understanding, enhancing the teachings, the teaching ability of humanity in tackling really complicated things, especially that have been damaged and opposed and suppressed by the mind control society that has like rearranged all of our history and everything in favor of mind control of a few elite over all of humanity. Yeah, directly opposed that entire way of doing it. So my field is psychology and mind control and spirit control. It's not just mind control. I mean, it's spirit control and how to dispel it and how to become aware of things in order to be able to control yourself better. Not control everything or steer everyone, but how to control yourself and how to separate yourself from those that are not steering themselves properly. All right, Portal Trucker. Yeah, thanks for being there. Hope you enjoyed it. Everybody that's leaving, don't forget to Rogans it up when you do. And by all means, I can still use support, especially through the PayPal. It would be really helpful. You can support me over the PayPal anonymously too if you don't want to be known who you are. But if you do, make sure to leave a message with the PayPal donation. And then eventually I will know, like, okay, this guy does not want to be shouted out. Hey, Richard G, good to see you. Listening in the background. Okay, awesome. Glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, I think I'm doing great. I mean, all these freaking trolls, and you're not getting to me. All I wished for to God is like, I just don't want to be triggered anymore. Like, I don't care anymore to express honestly about what I feel about things. When it's negative, I'm done. I'm done with setting an example of a natural response based on logical good morality towards things that I'm confronted with. Like, I don't want to do that anymore. It's like I don't want to get agitated anymore at all. And I think that I've been doing pretty well. I will continue to strive to keep that up. Right, but I'm getting hungry again. So, I'm gonna round out the show soon and get some lunch. Or dinner. Or however you want to see it. Anger clouds judgment. No, not necessarily. It all depends. But I mean, it can. The problem is if when you get angry, it like needs a fulfillment, and that is sometimes hard to attain. Just that I will have anger in me. I just want to absolutely have control over it, like no matter what. So that I can be angry whenever I choose to. Like completely free to choose to become angry. Really angry, maybe. Right? But that nobody can make me become angry. See, that's the difference. I want absolute control. Nobody can ever force me to do anything like that with their actions. Like, no matter what they are, no matter what the timing is. That's what I'm striving for. Not to get rid of anger, because it's a part of the internal alchemy. It's a part of my ego, and there are things to be angry about in this world. They are what they are. You should not stop being angry necessarily. I just want absolute control. Absolute control. And that's what I'm striving for, and that's what I'm working on. And it's very tough. But I don't really have a choice. It's the only way forward. It's the only way I can retain my freedom and potentially gradually attain more success. I mean, the success part of what I do is an extremely slow growing process, as everybody that's been following me is well aware of. It's like I'm not exactly a giant YouTube success story here. I mean, they won't even monetize me now, and not tell me exactly what I did wrong or what I need to change in order to get monetized. They just don't tell you. Just don't tell you. It's like, no, it's not good enough, and we're not gonna tell you what's not good enough. You figure it out, or not figure it out. Never ever figure it out, because we're never ever gonna give you any feedback on what exactly it is that prevents you from getting monetized. Right? So yeah, I'm not gonna guess that. It's a horrible, horrible way of communicating with people that work for you. Absolutely horrible from YouTube that they do that. It's beyond unreasonable. It's total madness. And it's negligence. It's absolute negligence. But yeah, despite all that, people can still support me, like through PayPal, and then it's individual choices. So I can always work with that. And every time I show that I get angry because of some troll piece of shit retard, then people feel discouraged to support me, because they feel like this is not a stable energy stream. Malevolent outsiders can have any form of control over it, so that makes it less investment worthy on an intuitive level. And so I need to perfect it to demonstrate that I have absolute perfect control over my anger. Absolute. Like a Vulcan. Better than a Vulcan. Because I don't deny my anger. I just want absolute control over it, and I will have absolute control over it. Doesn't mean that it's non-existent. It means that I will be the one to determine whether it comes out or not, and nobody else. My anger makes me seem super smart and free as... What? Does it? I don't know about that, Sawblade. I don't know about the success. It makes me seem free, though. Anger is a sign of freedom. But it's not freedom if you don't have any control over it, and then people just, psychopaths, just like puppet you around with it. And then you don't seem free because you don't have control over yourself. But if you have anger within your range of expressions, well, that means that you didn't cut it out of your range of expressions because, oh, it might not be accepted, it's too inconvenient, it's makes you less flexible with the outside world, with the masses, right? So yeah, having anger as part of your ability to express yourself is a sign of freedom. That is correct. But whether that same measure could be said for success, I'm not convinced about that. Is more bounding? All depends on what you do with it. Virus, it all depends. Right? I mean, anger can be very binding if you can't let it go once it starts burning. Yeah, if you can't let it go, well then you're just cursed. Huh, trolls? I know what that's like. When you can't let things go, especially when it's things that are really detrimental to you, and then eventually you become so ashamed about your inability to let that thing go that destroys you, that instead of continuing your attempts to let it go, you embrace it and start to associate it with your unique personal traits. You embrace the devil and you become it. And then you just try to make proof that other people are like that too. You try to spread your sin, and that's what you're trying to do. You're just trying to cover for your weakness by claiming subconsciously that everybody else is just as weak as you. Yeah? Because you just couldn't do it anymore. You couldn't work on it yourself. You couldn't maintain your dignity. So now you got to prove that everybody else is just as undignified as you are. Hmm? I got the freedom to point it out. They find humor in when I'm out of control. I'm not out of control. That's just them thinking I'm out of control because they can't imagine that I have that kind of freedom. Yeah? My anger is out of control when I can't stop being angry, Sawblade. Didn't you just listen to how I explained this? When I get angry, I can stop doing it and then move on. And not be completely blocked by the event that anger happened that keeps echoing in my mind and I can't think about something else. Now, I can get really fucking angry, insidious, and then let it go. It's called control. Self-control. Yeah, they can't imagine it because they are gimps that as soon as they get angry, it's just anger zombies. Once they get angry, they can't stop. It's like a fire that they can't put out. They get angry. And so when they see somebody getting angry, they just think he's out of control. This is hysterical. They don't film. They don't add that part where I just completely calm down again and just move on. Because that part hurts them. They don't want to see me as somebody that can actually control their anger because they can't control their anger. Because they're like anger zombies. Once they get angry, they can't let it go anymore. Some of these freaks out there, when they get angry, it lasts for months. It haunts their nightmares. It keeps them up at night because they can't let it go. Because they have so little grip over their own system. And they're jealous. They're jealous that I'm a guy that can get really angry and then can let it go and sleep great at night. They're jealous of my freedom. Jealous. And every time I get angry, they get angry. Then I let it go and they can't let it go. Oh. But of course, their conclusion is not that, hey, maybe we shouldn't keep watching this guy because just on a whim he gets angry and then, oh my god, anger zombie again. Maybe they just get a kick out of it. Maybe it's like me getting angry is like meth to them. They just get into anger zombie mode and they keep it going forever. Like a drug to them. But I mean, I'm not addicted to it. I just stop being angry and move on and I sleep fine. Lots of anger helps to maintain long-term relationships and friendships. That's a weird thing to say, but what it does do is it cements a bond. When people get angry and others still stick around, it cements the connection. Anger in a way is like intimate. And if somebody allows themselves to be angry to you openly, they are basically like becoming more intimate with you on like a friendship level, whether that was intended or not. You open up certain pathways for bonding, whether you intended to or not. And that's why other people that intuitively know this very strongly, like they just don't react. They never react to somebody that they don't want to connect with, like no matter what happens. But I am naturally very expressive. So I never really learned to naturally do that, to naturally not respond. So that I just do things differently, and I have another type of challenge than those people that are just going to avoid all forms of anger every time because it opens you up and it enables those freaks to bond with you, then they keep following you. I don't have that luxury. The only thing that I can do is perfect my self-control so that those people that get haunted by my anger expressions can't gain any form of control over what happens with it and me. Until the only thing that they can do eventually is take control over themselves, which might mean stop following me because it gets you worked up every time and you lose control every time. You can't gain that control back by trying to manipulate me. It doesn't work. I think that's a bit of a reach. I don't think it's a bit of a reach, Akumu Fires, but I'm not talking about you because you're not an angry dude. So you're actually somebody that has a lot of discipline. You can get angry, but you like actively don't because you're very disciplined comparatively. And that is why I kind of keep you around, because I do appreciate that skill in you. Give you a lot more social dynamics for interacting with me. Like, you're more suitable for interaction with a person like me because of your abilities. No, Sawblade. This is stupid. All I'm saying is that Akumu Virus is a guy that can handle me on a social friendship level. In a way, he's a guy that actually gets me. That's not just like one day gonna wake up and be like, oh my god, I really never understood Arwen. I don't know why I kept hanging around. I don't like it at all. And then they run away and suddenly start talking shit about me like a lot of people have over the years. Yeah, they hung around. There were parts of me that they would ignore, pretend like those didn't exist, hope that they would go away. Then they kept coming back, they didn't go away, and suddenly they realized I am not the person that they really made themselves think I was, and that they really don't like me, and that I'm a terrible person, and they have been whining and bitching about me ever since. Because they don't accept me for who and how I am at all. They were just sitting through it, assuming that I'd recognize what they thought was wrong about me and then eventually turn into how they thought I should be. And then I didn't. I didn't relinquish those traits. Right. Anyhow, before I go, I wanted to make mention. I'm like watching Star Trek Enterprise, which is like this series directly after Voyager, that supposedly is even before Star Trek the original series in the timeline. And I'd never seen that series before. Why? Because at the time, which is interestingly like around late 90s, I was too much in love with Star Trek Voyager, and I was severely put off by suddenly shifting the focus on another part of the timeline. And I didn't like it. I did not want to see it. Turns out that now that I'm not so unflexible about it, it's actually a pretty good series. And it's interesting like how it's technically more developed in what's happening. It's less theatrical as Voyager is and way more technical, and it's very interesting. And it's also interesting to just see this early stage Star Trek culture's development with the Vulcans and the Klingons. It's interesting. I did not expect that I would like the series, but I am actually kind of liking it. So that's a bit of a surprise, because I had never seen this series before. I refused to watch it. No, not the one with Picard. Oh my god. No, I'm not talking about anything recent from the last 20 years. It's the one where like the captain and the engineer are like real Americans. Like rather than an old-fashioned American. Like where they talk like that, and there's like the Vulcan lady on there, and she's like, I hate that character because she's like broody and sort of hot looking. I don't know, it's a terrible replacement for Seven of Nine, and she's like really annoying. Really, I don't like that character at all. Very annoying. But yeah, I'm still getting used to it. It's not as, it's just, I just like Voyager so much more. There's more pizzazz to all of that. But it is still interesting, and especially like the technical aspects of what's happening in there seems just better developed, more thought through technically. And so I am entertained by it. Wasn't there the one in the 90s with Picard? No, that's the 80s, I think. or very early 90s. Picard? You got Picard. Yeah, Captain Archer, that one, King Langlois, exactly. Now, Picard is 4 voyages. First you had like Star Trek The Next Generation, then you had like Deep Space Nine, then you had Star Trek Voyager, and then you got Enterprise, Star Trek Enterprise. And then, yeah, after that there's a long silent period, and just Star Trek became suddenly all terribly gay and shit. But I mean, it's still a non-gay based Star Trek, this, so that's like nice. Even just for that, it's kind of enjoyable to see it. It's like, yes, they still don't have gays, they still get it. Woohoo! Screw everyone. Like, fuck you, fucking faggots in the Netherlands. Everyone, screw you. Like, it doesn't have it. No gays. Yay! I like it just for that. I'm enjoying it just because it doesn't have that. Right? But it's no Star Trek Voyager though. And that's really why I didn't want to watch it, because it's just like, no, I want the continuation of Voyager, damn it! 4 more seasons! 4 more seasons! But it didn't happen. Instead we got 4 seasons of this. But I'm watching it now for the first time, and it's actually kind of good. Yeah. You didn't want to put your lack of Star Trek knowledge on display? That's fine. You can't help it. You're French. Right? Dude, I watched Star Trek Next Generation like with my parents on the television. It was really popular. We all liked it. And Voyager is the same. I mean, that was like really great. But I mean, Voyager is just my favorite series. It is. Every time I watch it, it's like, yeah, man, this is. It feels like a second family. It's weird like that. And none of the other Star Trek series do it like that. They're like, they have their own thing and it's interesting, but nothing is like Voyager. It's just, yeah, something magical happens in it. That you, at the end, like with Voyager, you just really wish they built on, they kept going and scaling it up, and like, we need more movies now, we need Star Trek Voyager movies. But then that didn't happen. I'll be sure to watch that Derpy space. Oh, yeah, nobody cares. Right, but yeah, I'm gonna round out the show because it's already 3.5 hours. So thanks everyone for coming. I hope you liked this show. I thought it went really well. Kind of psychological today. But I mean, yeah, everything has its time and its place. And today was about that, about freedom versus success. I have more freedom than I have success. But yeah, people are more jealous of freedom. They really are. Because it's something that's just way harder to maintain. Right, anyway, if you liked today's show, then please don't forget to Rogan's it up, and if you haven't already, subscribe to my channel and hit the bell notification so you know when I'm going live, which is normally 2 p.m. Amsterdam time every day, even though I typically get a bit late, but yeah, I'm supposed to start at 2 p.m. Amsterdam time. And please also do support me through the PayPal and the Patreon, and also my Give Send Go. Links are in the description box below. I prefer PayPal, that helps me the quickest and the most direct. Right. Please support your local Arwin. So, I'll be back tomorrow with Flat Earth Early Bird number 2013 on a Monday. Hope to see you all then. And until the next video, keep it flat.